Make sure we're live. All right, so yeah, YouTube. We are working on a quick little side project because I'm going to be gone most of the week for a work outing. Um, I didn't want to get too involved in the middle of some of like the larger project stuff. So we're going to work on this like little mini library for treating JSON files in Git as your database. So then mutations are just pull requests. They can be approved and blah, 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 and there's some value there. I've already done this for one project. My goal now is to basically like see if we can abstract it out in a way that we can reuse it for other projects. So I did it for my feature flag tool, and now we want to do it for a like a CFP tracker for work. CFP is call for proposals or call for papers or something like that. So basically, when you're proposing a talk for a conference, they have a window way ahead of the conference where you can submit a proposal for a talk. I currently just maintain a list of the ones I want to apply to in my head. We now have like a spreadsheet at work, but maintaining spreadsheets sucks. I think we could make like an interesting little micro app for that. And we could use Git for our auth, right? Because it's just OAuth via GitHub, etc. JSON files inside of a Git repo. And like the multi-tenancy would be, yeah, you bring your own repo to connect up with the app that we probably have living on like GitHub Pages or something. I'm less sure about the GitHub Pages thing because we'd have to do hash router stuff, but it's not the end of the world. Something to think about. But yeah, right now we need to dig into... We did some initial scaffolding, and I can switch to showing that part. Right, the basic idea behind the engine is that it would have something like getting the adapters, setting the adapters. The adapter would be the provider you're using. We would then want to have a, like a git config. So the repo would have a top level config file. I'm not 100% certain what would be in the app config other than like the app name. But I'm sure there's stuff we could do there. Maybe whether we want stuff to be pull requests or just straight committed to main. I don't know. Could be an option. Getting collections, though. So, like, you're going to have things that you want to collect in subfolders as JSON, as individual JSON, rather than a giant list of them. And then, like, getting all the collections, adding to a collection, removing from a collection, updating in a collection. We probably need to have an async set config. But we don't know what's going to be on the adapters yet. So yeah, we've got some type safety issues, but I think there's some value there. And Four Wheel, how you doing, Mr. Sir? Thank you for that 345 stream streak. That is huge. That means Chaotic's got to be at 395 right now, yeah? So if I get back Friday, Saturday, maybe do next Sunday. Yeah, we would need 25 stream days for him to be able to hit 420. Looks like it would time up closer to my birthday than it would time up to the stream anniversary, which is fine. And yours might be closer to August? Nah, probably sometime in July. Well, hold on. No, probably closer to like August or September. You'll be hitting the let's see, if you're 20 away from 365, it's going to be like a week after the stream anniversary. But I think that's fine. But yeah, thanks, Forwin. Appreciate you. All right, so one thing I'm already thinking. We probably want to start scaffolding out an application that dog foods what we're building here. That way we can like double check that the API feels right. So that's going to be over here in apps. And it'll just be we'll make it an XJS app. Yeah. Yeah, we'll make it an XJS app. Like, no matter what, we're gonna, like, for GitHub, we have to have a backend endpoint. Which also leans towards why we wouldn't use GitHub pages for hosting applications. Because you can't do the backend endpoint there. Wouldn't make sense to split that up. I mean, you could, but it'd be more effort than needed. We'll call this demo app. Yes, we're going to use TypeScript. Sure, we'll use ESLint. Use Tailwind. Would we like our code inside of a source directory? Why is that defaulted to no? I like the source directory. We are going to use app router. Sure, we'll use TurboPack. Yes. We don't want to customize the import alias because that part's fine. And what's up, Stack Overchill? So the thing we're working on today is actually separate. The GK thing we finished. I didn't know we would finish it that quick. Mainly, we finished it because we didn't opt for figuring out the Git CLI pass-through, which is fine, because I think the pass-through isn't necessary. But yeah, what's up, Bedro? Oh my god! Yeah, exactly. All right, so while we're waiting, we'll do that and that, because we don't need those running at the moment. We are going to need a new tab here. And you know what? Yeah, hold on. We can probably do this from the core. Or from like the top level. So we've got this opened up at the monorepo level. In the package JSON, it's trying to run a bunch of turbo stuff, which is fine, but we don't have the dev commands set up for the nested packages here. So let's do some of that. What's up, Salmon? Yeah, how you doing? Ooh, yeah, that reminds me. Shit, I totally spaced. Yeah, I've been meaning, like, we won that hackathon. I don't know if you remember that. I definitely owe you something for that. Yeah, could you send me a message over on Discord? And like maybe like the email address you want like a PayPal uh value sent to? I won 5 grand. I don't know how much I would send. I don't know. Definitely a chunk. Yeah, yeah, take your time. Like no rush. But yeah, you definitely deserve something. Yeah, yeah, it was crazy. Just add a sub to a channel? Wait, what do you mean by that? Like gift you a sub to a channel? Because I could do that. That's easy enough. Sure, man. Totally up to you. Yeah, when you get time, send me a message about like what channel or whatever, you know? Yep. Yeah, sounds good. Yeah, thanks. Like, yeah, thank you for your help. Yeah, it was fun. I need to do a little more hacking on it, but yeah. We still haven't done like the product hunt launch or any of that. I feel like there is an app like that. But hey, Spotlight for Bugs, thank you for the 100 bits, and thank you for the gifted sub, dude. You tried to make something like that called Sheet AI? And I feel like it could work, but before you know it, then your Google Docs, like, you know, your entire Google Docs would just be full of Sheet AI. Bill Sheet. Bill Sheet is a really good name. I love that name. Bill Sheet. That's total Bill Sheet. That's a solid name. Total Bill Sheet. Yeah, you can do Bill Sheet and then the paid version, right? Like there's a free version, Bill Sheet, and then there's total Bill Sheet. Yeah, that genius, genius. I love that. Do you mind if I tweet that? I think this is genius. Okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Do you guys have like accounts on any of these that you want me to tag? Okay. Oh, and yeah, yeah. Sorry, sorry. Now, hold on. Add tags. I don't know. Yeah, dude, I'm always on the fence. I'll do it in a follow up tweet tagging you guys. All right. So then, Twitter, you are Salmon, right? Oh, that's not what I wanted. Let's just go to my profile. What did you say yours was? Salmon and the number 2301? Yep. So yeah, Leaf, you're the one that had the idea for the Excel file. Do you have a Twitter you want me to shout out? No, no, that's fine. That's fine. And yeah, anyone else that I'm missing for credit? Like Spotlight, did you contribute to that? I just want to make sure I'm not leaving anyone out. I think we're good. If you want to be added anyway, you can, Spotlight. Totally up to you. Total bill sheet. Yeah, exactly. All right, so then we'll do it on Blue Sky. Oh, have I not signed in on? Okay, I guess it expired. Let me just hide this real quick. I'm gonna have to do the two-factor. Oh, and it's email two-factor. Okay, there we go. So then, Leafrun, are you on Blue Sky? And Salmon, are you on Blue Sky? And if not, I'll just say your names. I copy it? I did. You think so? Oh, hold on. Okay. And then Leaferon. You're not? Okay, that's fine. Just making sure. Here we go. Go to my profile, find the post. And then do you guys want me to tag you on LinkedIn? Totally up to you as well. Oh, thanks, Leafer. Oh, I like if you followed on X, I could have tagged you. And then, you know, up to you guys if you actually want to be tagged on something like this on LinkedIn. You know, it's a little more professional over there. This is a little more jokey than a lot of LinkedIn stuff. So up to you if you don't want to actually. Okay. So then, do you want to be tagged on LinkedIn? Or like you're saying you don't mind, like you don't want them, or you don't care if I do it? Totally up to you. Okay. I mean, yeah, I might not follow you guys, so maybe just saying your name here does it. We're looking good. I just want to make sure I'm giving credit where credit's due. I didn't come up with this in a vacuum. I think we're good. Cool, cool. Yeah, good stuff, guys. That was fun. Yes, you totally missed something. You missed a solid tweet. Hear me out. An app to scan receipts and put them into a spreadsheet to total them up. The free version would be called Bill Sheet. The pro version would be Total Bill Sheet. Yeah, you just missed some Bill Sheet. No big deal. That's a lot of Bill Sheet. Exactly. Yep. Yeah, that was good. That was a solid joke. Okay, so yeah, back to what we're building. And I love this shirt. This is the Callahan Auto shirt. All right, Tommy boy. Waiting for that message to disappear. Any second now. Yeah, whatever. All right, so. Oh. Yeah, there you go, Salmon, for sure. I got the time. Yeah, exactly. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Anyhow, what's up, Alex? How you doing? And yeah, Salman, you mentioned you're looking for work. You're in India, correct? I think that depends on, like, yeah, some companies, whether they already, like, hire from that area and stuff like that. I'm not sure I know any specifically, but it might make sense if you go through, like a contracting agency. That could help. And maybe I'm wrong about the India thing. It's just, you mentioned, like, time of day, like, it's late for you there, so that already kind of hints at it. And yeah, what's up, Maniac? How you doing, Mr. Sir? What's up? A memory fade? Yeah, how you doing? I know, Sunday stream. It's rare for us here, but yeah, I like to do it. I'll probably try and do it again next week too. I know, right? Leaferon, you'd be our first customer. And hey, Giannis, Mr. Sir, how you doing? I still kick myself for like pronouncing your name wrong back in San Fran at GitHub Universe. Sorry about that. Just brain fart. Giving a workshop tomorrow? What's the workshop on? I'm guessing some server-side Swift, right? I think I was talking to someone who was looking into it, and I definitely referred them to you. Hummingbird 2? Okay. Yeah, Hummingbird, that's your Mongo wrapper, right? Or am I thinking of something else? I might be thinking of something else. Let me double check it. Mongo Kitten. Oh, my brain was like, no, that's Mongo Cat, and I was like, well, hold on. Am I confusing that with the band Mega Cat that I saw a month ago? So it's all over the place. Okay, so it's a lightweight HTTP server. So this is basically like the Flask compared to Django or something, right? Like Vapor would be the Django, Hummingbird would be more like Flask. Yeah? Okay. Yep. Yeah, cool. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, just double checking, making sure I have like the mental model, right? Cool. Yeah, almost like Express like or something, you know? Yeah, nifty. Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, Salman, like we do have other people from the area, and you are from India. Okay, just thank you for confirming. Yeah, hit up Maniac. Um, FD God is also in that area. He may not be hiring himself, but he may know people. If I see FD God stop by, yeah, I would say yeah, DM would be best. So wait, hold on. Memory fade. That website is which website? Tech Empower. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tech Empower is all right. The benchmarks are a little contrived. Oh, I didn't mean to inspect it. The problem with Tech Empower is that people start building their demos for the benchmarks. Yeah, DM via LinkedIn or Twitter. Yeah, exactly. Right. So like trying to focus on the benchmarks, it's like you'll end up making changes that don't really affect real world use cases. Yeah. Well, hold on. I thought they did. Well, they don't measure. Like I thought framework overhead did it. What is framework overhead? Okay, never mind. That's not it. Yeah, you're right. They don't really measure for RAM. Like I feel like some of these things are more RAM based than CPU, right? Like fortunes and JSON serialization, those are pure CPU. Multiple queries and cached queries. Cached queries might be like somewhat about the RAM. Data updates, plain text, probably not RAM relevant. And yeah, multiple queries. That's more like single and multiple queries. Those are more about like your I/O and your like database wrapper. So this is where they rank frameworks based upon speed. And what's kind of insane is that looking at if we go to like purely CPU bound stuff like JSON serialization, then things like wait, what is MCR? Okay, C. Sorry, yeah. I forget what MCR stands for here. Oh, micro versus platform. So it's like the scope of the framework. But basically, like, you can rank things based on language. So a lot of CPU bound stuff, you're going to be like C, Rust, C++, V, even Java. But when you start getting into things that are like IO bound, like multiple queries, stuff like just.js, which is JavaScript, can actually be pretty damn fast. And hey, FD, yeah, welcome. Salman here in chat is looking for a new gig. I'm not sure if you're hiring specifically, but you may know someone who is. So, yeah, like, if you guys could connect via DM on Twitter, LinkedIn, whatever, Discord, you know, just trying to like leverage the network here a little bit. So JS is slow when it's CPU bound because of the single core problem, right? So the lack of proper threading and everything being message passing between the threads instead of being able to like do really good shared stuff. I think Node.js can get around the message passing problem, but in general, anything that's IO bound, JS kills it. And yes, JS uses a lot of RAM. Yep. Yep. So yeah, like, it's just interesting to see, like, yeah, JavaScript's like IO and concurrency model actually makes it really fast for conducting multiple queries to a database, which is kind of crazy, right? Like Kotlin, Java, Rust, Java. It's just rare to see JavaScript at the top of one of these benchmarks. It can be fast, but, you know, like, on the CPU bound stuff, it's going to be rare to see JavaScript very high. So if we're looking at JSON serialization, we have to go all the way down to 16th place for the just.js, right? For fortunes, which is also CPU bound, we've got to go all the way to 15th for just.js. Now, I'm curious about just.js, actually. I haven't looked at it for a long time. And it's a runtime rather than just a library. So it's allowed to, like, do some crazy stuff. And it looks like just.js isn't even maintained. Oh, okay. There's a new low-level JavaScript runtime that they're working on. 4 months ago, 4 months ago. Yeah, this seems very, very... this still seems early. But you modeled your frameworks after the Node.js threading model. Nice, but I think in Swift, there's like a lot more memory shareability between threads. With Node.js, you can do shared array buffer. I just don't know if it's quite as good as some of the other things that you might have access to, like arcs and mutexes and blah, blah, blah. Yeah, more of a discussion starter. Yeah. The real world stuff is more about, like, at the end of the day, even raw performance isn't even going to be that useful, right? Because, you know, you hit diminishing returns shooting for just performance, when instead, like, developer experience is going to get you more value by being able to ship quicker. What's interesting, though, is just like how these things keep getting optimized. Drogon used to be first place for all this stuff, right? Which is a C++ framework. But people just keep making stuff faster and faster. Which is why I tend to like start to push back when people start saying, like, you know, software these days is getting slower and slower. Yeah, to a degree, but we got people who are pushing it farther and farther as well. Yeah, Elysia is a library, but it kind of depends on a platform instead of being more agnostic. But yeah, if we find Elysia in the list, I'd have to like search for it. Right, it's way down at like 149, 159. And yeah, better is not the right word. Exactly. At this point, requests per second doesn't matter that much. Yeah, yeah, I think that makes sense. But there's like the other end of the spectrum, which is Ruby on Rails. Right? There's that post DHH made where he's got this super beefy server and he's getting 1,400 requests a second out of it with Ruby. That's not great. Like a super beefy server? I don't know. There's a problem there. 14, no, I was talking 1,400. But most of these things are hitting like thousands, like 10, 20,000. Right? 1,400 is still just insanely slow. Yeah, exactly. Right? So there's like, you know, at the extremes, you probably shouldn't pay attention to those things. In the middle areas, that's where it like really becomes important. Rails in JVM containers. Does that make it faster? Ruby can be fast, but not with Rails. Yeah, yeah. And there's a lot of like abstractions. And like, again, the reason to still consider Ruby on Rails is not the performance. It's laughable, the 1,400 requests per second that DHH was bragging about. But Ruby can ship features, like Ruby on Rails can ship features very quickly. Like your developer productivity is actually your most expensive resource. Hardware is cheap by comparison. So there's something to at least consider there. At the extremes, you should probably ignore them. But in the middle area, if you are productive with it and it's pretty fast, then you've got a really good platform. But yeah, Python's absolutely in here. I'm trying to think. Where's the first time we see Python? It's crazy that PHP is up there. And right now we're in the CPU bound portion of things. That, like, for a lot of dev stuff, the CPU bound portion of things doesn't matter. Yeah, when it comes to the CPU bound stuff, it'll be a while before we see some Python, huh? Damn, we see Perl before we see Python. Okay, now I'm actually believing FD. Is Python even in the list? We see Ruby before we see Python. Maybe? Okay, there we go. We finally saw some Python. Yeah, 1 second. At 217, we finally see Python. Again, this is the CPU bound portion of things. If we look at multiple queries here and we go to the first one, 161. So that's a bit better. Let me get more music on. Just remember, these benchmarks are informative, but they're not like the end all be all of quality, right? Or success, or what you should make a lot of your decisions based on. It's still just interesting to have the context. Your first development job, your manager said we should develop our apps on the same spec machines as the customers so that we feel the pain of how slow our apps run. Talk about expensive waste of developer time. Absolutely, dude. Yeah. Like, you should run benchmarks like that. Sure. Yeah. I don't think anyone would push back on that statement. Yeah, because I think right now the repo is still called God with an H, but I think we want to get GitLab and Bitbucket and Azure DevOps support and whatever else, right? Like let people build adapters. I think we can increase the scope of this a little bit. GitHub will still be like the initial MVP, but it'll still be built as an adapter so that we can abstract out others at some point. Yeah, so it's Git as a DB. Yep. Which, I think is still valuable. Eh, but then we lose like the name. Oh my God. Like, I really like the name. Oh my God. So if I did Git repo as a database, oh my God, that's less fun. And in fact, it may be better if we name it Oh my God. We could get rid of the dashes and, I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. We can always put it to a test. We can figure it out. Ooh, Git as a web scale database. I don't know. Yeah, we'll think about it. We'll think about it. You're right. MongoDB is web scale. What's up, Sonic? How you doing? How funny the logo could be for this? Ooh, what would it be? No, no, no. Let's digress. The whole point is having a good, fun Sunday stream. We got plenty of time. What AI tool can we actually prompt for business logos? I don't think I'm paying for ChatGPT. Definitely not Canva. I do not have Plus. Let's see what it does real quick. OMGD? Oh my god. All right, so they're going to do at least 2 options for us. And maybe we come back to it. Ooh, they actually have a YouTube video summarizer built in now? Smart. Yeah, anyone building like products on top of ChatGPT, like, man. Yeah, OpenAI can just kill your entire service in a day. Oh, really? Well, that's broken. Okay. No wonder Theo's making so much money off his T3 chat. Lame. Try and do something more fun. Like an emoji. Yeah, no worries, Maniac. Yep, I hope you and Salmon connect, FD. I hope you and Salmon connect as well. And yeah, hopefully we can find you something new, Salmon. Yep, later, Maniac. Thanks for hanging out. I know, those logos were terrible. So lazy. So lazy. Yeah, I've heard if you're on, well, I thought I was paying, but maybe not. Like for GitHub Plus, that's like the $200 tier or whatever. I don't pay for that. No way in hell. Um, but yeah, yeah. See what you can figure out. If you're on like the Chat GPT Plus or whatever, I think you have access to like the better model. Yeah. Yeah, and I've used it before, not like the 200, but like I've used ChatGPT once or twice. Like it's all right. These days I find I'm using it less and less compared to like Claude and some of the others. I use Cursor for some things. I use Cursor for like scripts. Um, I've tried to do some like larger stuff. I think technically there's like a better flow I should take if I want to start like vibe coding like whole projects. Yeah. Cursor and the LLMs do Bash better than I ever will. So yeah, we've built some tools to script like capturing the Mac OS like screen and some of the Apple script stuff that you'd have to write. Like there's no way I would make that as quick. Man, it does it all right. Like it definitely hallucinates things and doesn't know about how bad some of the permissions issues can break things. Let me try and refresh. Oh, there we go. Perfect. Nailed it. Nailed it. All right. Just when I thought we were out, they pulled me back in. Okay. There's a second one. Oh, no, no, no. That's a good way of putting it. Yep. Windsurf is really good because you can give it a different direction to go by telling it where it's wrong. Then at the end of the conversation, ask it to generate memories so it doesn't make the mistake again. And it will auto-generate rules essentially for it to follow in the future. Interesting. Okay. Yeah, I haven't used Windsurf yet. Um, we did give Pair a try at one point. I wonder how that one's going. Git as a database. Exactly. Yeah, Mr. Demon. Like all your data is stored in a Git repo as JSON. To modify it, right? Like to add a new collection, you insert a new JSON file. Like changes would be PRs, so you can approve them or not. So you can have like pending things and blah, blah, blah. And one user can, within the app, maybe like check it off. But the idea is to build this out as a library that you could consume into other things. Windsurf was formerly known as Codium. There was another one called Codium as well that rebranded to Codo. ChatGPT is just bad. As a higher level software dev, do you think it's bad to connect to pro databases? What do you mean by that? To prod databases. When you say that, you basically mean like directly connecting from like your local machine or something and modifying stuff. You should avoid that for the most part. There's no checks and balances. You'll never pass SOC 2 compliance. For reading data, if it's read only, I'd say that could be all right. Like that's how Grafana and a bunch of those things work. Like in practice, like if you want to pull out data for Snowflake and stuff like that. Yeah, no, I'd say that's bad practice. You'll never pass SOC 2 compliance doing that. Is there a good like Wikipedia or something? Here you go. So yeah, Mr. Demon Wolf, if you ever want to break into enterprise, you're gonna need SOC 2 compliance and like HIPAA compliance and blah blah blah. And I would say you're probably breaking rules as far as HIPAA might go as well, depending on how you're accessing that data and sharing access, etc. If you're doing it for side projects, do whatever you want. Like best practices for production only apply if you're taking it seriously. HIPAA is for medical stuff. SOC 2 is for everything. Sarbanes-Oxley? I wasn't aware how Sarbanes-Oxley related to this stuff. I thought that was a reporting requirement rather than like a data management framework. Yeah, that's maybe the SOX stuff, like the money thing. Yeah, even if it is a fake checkbox, it's still necessary just to push liability. So think of it like PCI compliance. In many cases, PCI compliance is just a checkbox too. But what it does is if you are PCI compliant, you still have some form of liability protection if data gets leaked. If you don't and you leak customers' payment information like credit card details, and you are not PCI compliant, you are liable for damages. So a lot of these things are about shifting liability. Yes, exactly. All right, so yeah, this one's better still. This one's better still. Oh, you sent a few? Hold on, yeah, let me go look in Discord here. Oh my god! GitHub as a database. Yeah, maybe make it Git as a database instead of GitHub as a database. All right, so hold on. The issue with the checkbox compliance means that you may have to implement bad practices to pass, but your controls you had in place that failed could be better. Maybe, but again, it's about liability. Liability. I'd say liability is way more important. I don't know. Like here we can see it kind of small. I would say it's probably a little too detailed to be a good favicon though. But we can look at it. We can download it and see. You will not be able to use them for, well, you can't copyright them, but you might be able to trademark them. That's the tricky bit. You might be able to trademark them. That I don't know. But copyright wouldn't apply. Yeah, FD, a lot of that stuff just doesn't even look like a logo. You can absolutely use them for commercial use because nobody owns the copyright. Yeah, exactly. No, because anything like AI generated isn't copyrightable. So X Factor, no one can come after it, but it also means you don't technically own it either. As a trademark, there's a difference between you owning the copy, right? Right? Owning the thing created. But yeah, you didn't create it, so you don't own the copyright either. So someone can just freely copy it. Well, again, company logo copyright is less important than trademark. Maybe repo. I don't know. I think it's tricky. Like this being a like trademarkable logo, probably not. Like, nah, probably not. But I would bet that you could get a trademark. Oh, that one's not bad, FD. Yeah, that one's all right. Yeah, that one's not bad. I don't know. I'm not a lawyer, so take what I'm saying with a grain of salt. Actually, check with a proper like copyright trademark lawyer. They would know this stuff truly. But yeah, as far as I thought, trademark is more about like brand recognition than anything. Like trademark is typically part of the reason that big companies are so strict about like taking down third-party things. Like using the name Pokemon. Now that's trademarked. Like you can't do a third-party Pokemon clone. The thing that Nintendo or the Pokemon company or whatever is going after against what's that one game? The one with like the not Pokemon game? You know what I'm talking about. God, what's the name of it? The Pokemon with Guns game? Or the not Pokemon with Guns game? Pal World, yes. None of the stuff that Pal World is doing is actually ripping off any kind of trademark. They don't have a Pikachu clone, you know? There is an argument to be made that throwing a sphere to catch a thing kind of infringes, but I doubt Nintendo has actually trademarked that. They could try and claim copyright, but that's way harder. But yeah, like if you're using something's name or something visually recognizable like Mario or Pikachu, yes, those things are trademarks. They most likely have legitimate trademarks for those things. And part of the law around trademarks is that you have to defend them. If you let someone else use a trademark, you lose the power of it. So that's a big part of it, right? Like you have to defend a trademark. You have to be the bad guy. I think the Pal World thing is total bullshit, and I don't think Nintendo has a leg to stand on, but I'm not a lawyer. If they had used the word Pokemon, or called them Palmon, or things like that, well, then it could be tricky. Japanese copyright law might be actually where it's happening, right? So Japanese copyright law versus US copyright law, that could be a big part. Yeah, that's a good point, Mr. Demon Wolf. Like certain countries treat it differently. I'm speaking only from a US perspective. And then there's some countries where they don't even honor copyright. And I believe China is one of those places. This is yours? This is mine now. All right, real quick, let me get more music going, and let's get back to some code. Maybe there, Ripu, but I could definitely argue prior art. The problem with any of these things is that the cost of litigation will bankrupt people who might even be correct, right? So that's maybe what Nintendo's trying to do, right? The cost of litigation will bankrupt someone even if they're in the right in some of these cases. Yep. And because they're civil cases, well, no, as a civil case, I believe you can still defend yourself. Depends on where the case is brought. I believe my dad defended himself in a civil case against Belcor. It wasn't a criminal case. So yeah, in that civil case, he was able to defend himself. So I believe you'd be able to do that as well. But he wasn't dealing with copyright. He wasn't dealing with trademark. He was dealing with, I don't even know what the charge was or what the argument was. But my dad basically just read New Jersey state law and defended himself against $1 million lawyers, and he won. It's genius. I mean, you'd only end up in jail if you're in contempt. No, Mr. Demon Wolf, he wasn't going after them, they were going after him, which is why he was able to do it himself. You can't bring a case against someone else without having passed the state bar exam, but you can defend yourself. Small claims court, you can do anything you want. In a proper court, no, you cannot bring a case against someone in a proper court without being a proper lawyer. A pic of him celebrating? No. There's a quote. Well, my dad doesn't drink at all. Like, I think maybe he did in his teens, but no, he doesn't drink. But there's a quote from Addams Family. I think it's Addams Family 2. That part I don't remember as well. They say a man who defends himself in court has a fool for a client. Well, today, I am that fool. My dad's been that fool twice. We quote that movie all the time, though. Yeah, it's a fantastic movie. Like, the Addams Family movies are just so good. All right, so back to what we're working on. We scaffolded out a Next.js project. We need to do just a little bit more setup for some of this other stuff. Was I alive in 91? Oh, absolutely, dude. I'm 40. I'm almost 41. You sweet summer child. I'm kidding. I don't know how old you are. Yeah, it's crazy late. Yeah, no worries, FD. Get some sleep. We'll see you again soon. Yeah, I'm 84. Yep. I mean, certainly getting expelled doesn't count. I'm kidding. Bad joke. Passed your driving test in '89. Damn. Early '90s, pass as '80s still. Sure. All right. So what I want to do is we'll do that. This is Oh-my-GaaD slash GitHub, and we can change it to without the H, but it's not important at the moment. We got Oh-my-GaaD slash core. Oh. That's actually a proper dependency. Oh, awesome sauce. Oh, that's not a bad name. I like that. That's good. That could be a fun one. You track like the popularity and search results of software as a service versus each other. Oh, that could be fun. Oh my God, what happened? Yeah, exactly. All right, so yeah, we're still scaffolding a bunch of stuff out. All right, so then at the top level, ooh, I haven't seen the turbo like dev stuff in a while. Oh, that's nifty. Well, that's failing. Um, I wonder what that issue is. Let me double check some stuff. FD, I like the one with the eyeballs on top. That one's good. That one's good. Oh, yeah, Alex, you got a couple too. Damn, some of those are super creepy. What's up with the ghosts in the background? Yeah, cursed images. Wait, what's the wiggle one? The eyeball twitching? Database as a service is a real term. Hagen does. Ooh, that'd be good. No, no, no. You'd call it Hagen does. Database benchmarking as a service. Maybe without the space. Oh, and I typed it wrong. Oh, you asked it to be more cursed. I get it. Yeah, that works. And hey, what's up, Mark Ferguson over on YouTube? How you doing today? All right, so we'll leave some of that stuff. Like, I don't see any. Oh, hold on. Nope. There it is. Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah. And I killed that server, right? Yeah, so this is just that. We'll close that one then. There we go. All right. Yeah, the Hagen Dazs one. I like that. Yeah, for everyone just now joining, we had a good joke earlier on Twitter as well. Technically, Blue Sky, like everywhere. I wish I could claim full credit, but now, yeah, credit goes to Salmon and Leaperon. Hear me out. An app to scan receipts and put them into a spreadsheet to total them up. The free version would be called Bill Sheet, and the pro version would be called Total Bill Sheet. That was really good. Like, yeah, I was really proud of that moment earlier. That was a solid, organic moment on stream. You have an improvement to that joke? We'll see. All right, so we open up a new tab so we can do some other stuff. Um, you might have made one of the images better. All right, I'll check it out. But you'd have to mark it guaranteed on the box. Right, because then it's back to the Tommy Boy quote. Nailed it. Nailed it. Okay, so it looks like our uh, yep. All right, so our TSUP uh, stuff is no good. Leak detection tools. You mean like if I leak keys? Nah. Like I'm pretty good about knowing when I leaked a key and then I just rotate it. A better practice than leak detection would just be having a proper like rotation schedule. Oh God, dude, Alex, that one's terrifying. I mean, I don't know. I'm not necessarily the expert with that, but I do think yeah, having a proper like key rotation schedule solves a lot of those problems. So at least like a leaked key is only leaked for so long. I do need to look up some documentation for TSUP. All right, so we want the dash dash DTS. We want the ESM and the CJS. Okay, so yeah, now we're just failing some build stuff. So we can get rid of the errors by doing this, which I think is fine for now. So this is Turbo Repo managing like all of the like packages and apps within a Turbo Repo. Yeah, go for it, Sakurai. Sounds fun. Yeah, interesting. Really feel like that shouldn't be an error there. Oh, we want DTS resolve. Yep. I think. Nah. So I do think I end up needing a TS config file in this one. Good night there, Sakurai. Have a good one. Uh, that doesn't seem right. Oh, do I need to mark it as external? I thought all dependencies were marked external. My software setup? Like what? You mean like the VS Code stuff? You mean like the terminal? Like, I don't know, man. Eh, yeah, I don't know. I'm not gonna list it all out. If you have a specific question, I can answer it. If you're wondering what this is Turbo Repo's kind of like management of the different packages and apps. There's nothing special I'm doing for that. That's just Turbo Repo. If you want to be more specific, go for it, but I'm not going to list every single thing I use. I don't think that's even interesting. If you're wondering what's doing the background here, sure, but like, yeah, be explicit. Do I like Rick and Morty? I haven't watched anything after season 2. I'm sure it's fine. I'm not even sure like what platform you watch it on. Is it on Hulu? And Moshiko, what do you mean by that? It's going to be just JSON files. Oh, see, I don't have Max. I don't have Netflix. There's some other show that I don't know if it's Justin Roiland or not, but yeah, there's some other show that's on Hulu. It's all right. At one point, it was that they didn't bury my posts, but it seems like they're doing it anyway, so I canceled. I'm just waiting for the subscription to expire. Having access to scheduling was nice before I started using Buffer. Being able to edit seemed like it was kind of nice. Longer posts is kind of nice. Like, nothing that's justifying me keeping it. It's just about to expire and whatever. As a content creator, it made sense. But as a human being, I can't justify supporting it anymore. When it was the only game in town, it made especially a lot more sense. But yeah, Blue Sky's better. Less engagement, which is tricky, but I don't know, whatever. Yeah, except that Blue Sky is built on a decentralized protocol called AT-Proto, which means you can own your data. It means that, like, there's a TikTok clone called Skylight.social, and part of their marketing is like the unbannable short form video platform, right? So they can ban TikTok, but they can't really ban the whole AT protocol. Yeah, like it's way more like decentralized and awesome. And some of their marketing is like no more Caesars, which is nice. Right, so this is basically making fun of or directly referencing the like the shirt that Zuckerberg wore, right? He had some bullshit Roman quote. This one is directly referencing that. Yeah, I mean, I think Blue Sky needs more work. Like it's going to take a while, but I like a lot of the stuff that they're trying to do. A world without Caesars. That'd be great. And yeah, here you go. Like, it's directly a reference to the whatever bullshit shirt he was wearing. Yep. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so can we do that? Will node work? Like, I don't think it needs to be node next, but we'll find out. Okay, so regular old node totally works. It didn't need to be node next. There we go. All right, so we got it working. And what time is it? 3:36 on a Sunday. I'm going to say whiskey time. So let me rinse this out. On a Sunday, yeah, whiskey time. Let me rinse this out and I'll be right back. I'm going to grab the soda as well. I might want to grab a hoodie because it's a little chilly. Okay, and I'm back. Sorry. The moment I started rinsing out my beverage glass and heard the water flowing, I had to pee. Okay. So, we've got these things building. We haven't started trying to implement the core and the GitHub adapter into the demo app yet. But yeah, that's where we're going to start like feeling out the API. Woo-wee. We put some whiskey down the gullet yesterday, didn't we? Had some pretty major heartburn all night. Didn't matter how many Tums I ate. Probably should have just been drinking more water. How to get started with learning Nextflow? I've never heard of Nextflow. Whiskey and Unity stuff yourself? Nice. Hell yeah. A little bit of that hair of the dog that bit you. And what's annoying AF? Heartburn is annoying AF. Yeah, I haven't typically had a problem with it, but whiskey does kind of do it to me. Nextflow. Yeah, no idea. Never even heard of it. Seems interesting, but I would say their documentation is probably the place to look. All right, so if we go and try and think about how we want to do this in the Next.js app, we've got page and layout. Widely used in bioinformatics. Yeah, we could look it up, but I'd be curious what your definition of bioinformatics is, right? Like, I could look it up, but it'd be a lot of jargon, I bet. Like, is there like a layman's term like version of what bioinformatics is? Well, let me double check one quick thing. On LinkedIn, to the bill sheet comment. Receipts have millions of formats and structures, languages, currencies, abbreviations. If this BS can extract useful data accurately, 100% to reflect truth, it would surely be a milestone. That was by a CPA. Yeah, this BS could be world changing. It could be more than just bill sheeting around. Yes. That is awesome. That is awesome. All right, let me get more music going. I'm not just bill sheeting you here. We could create an entire platform. All right, so all right, so we've kind of got this in here a little bit. Okay, so that didn't fix that issue. Oh, so we just don't even see it in there. Ah, we needed a pnpm install. Okay. So this is somewhat what this could look like. Time for some dinner and TV. Might catch me later if I'm still going. Yeah. I'll be going here for at least 2, maybe 3 more hours. I will want to eat some maybe Indian food tonight. Does sound pretty good. I know I just had some like a few days ago, but I'm going traveling this week, so might as well treat myself. But yeah, how's everyone doing? Yeah, butter chicken just sounds so good tonight. Just having some pinchos, some skewers. What's on the skewers? Ooh, yeah, I did some pork skewers the other day. I don't know if you saw that one. Do you even kebab? I guess I could have gotten the focus better. Yeah, I really messed up on the focus. But this was good. Hey. Oh, and leave run. Yeah. Follow back. All right, so let's keep that open at least. Just chicken and peppers, bit of barbecue sauce. Yeah, no worries. Later. Have a good one. Nah. Here in America, we've said it wrong so much that it's our own thing now. Right? Like literal, not literally meaning literal anymore. Or literally, not literally meaning literally. Never underestimate how badly we can butcher the definition of words. Like bi-weekly can now mean twice a week instead of every 2 weeks like it technically does. Yeah, dude, we ruin every word. Ain't no stopping it. Yeah, literally it means every 2 weeks, but some people think it means twice a week, which is totally wrong. Right? Like biannually is every 2 years, but no, people started thinking it meant twice a year. No, that's semi-annually, but whatever. It can now, Surly, but it doesn't technically mean that, right? That's what we're getting at. We're talking about the fact that it can mean either nowadays, but that's technically incorrect. Just like if you're watching some sporting event or League of Legends like competition and someone's like, "Oh my God, they got decimated." You mean reduced by 10%? For twice a week, it's semi-weekly. I mean, just wait, Surly. We'll mess that one up too. It's just something you do every time you play Fortnite. Boom. Don't you underestimate our ability to ruin a word. Yeah, exactly. No, Fortnightly is just when you're playing Fortnite with Keira Knightley, obviously. Duh. Yeah, duh. All right, so what we want to do is think about the core of the engine here at this point, and how we want to introduce Zod types and validation into this. And what's up, Damon? How you doing? Mr. Git, sir. I'm thinking there's maybe a different way. Oh, we're gonna skip this song. Yeah, like, should this actually be a class? Like, we're not using collection anywhere in this file. Another day, another project. Yeah, I mean, so this is something I've wanted to build forever, and technically it's under the hood of Vexilla. I want to extract out that functionality into a library I can use to build similar git-native applications. I don't know if it's a real thing, but I am at least co-opting the phrase git-native. Right? I don't see anything that really uses the phrase git-native. So it's mine now. Git-native is my buzzword. It's my buzzword now. There we go. Yeah, exactly. If we can get big enough that sans bullshit sans turns git-native into bullshit, that's the dream. What's up, Crow? How you doing? Doing meh? Well, that's not good. You should be doing fantastic. You're debating a project right now? Well, make sure you debate yourself in private. You can go to jail for doing that in public. Just ask Pee Wee Herman. So collection items, and instead of T, this is more like an array of these things where there's a file name, which is a string, and then data is T. Oh, really, bad cop? I mean, I've been working on that for ages. The Vexilla client is basically that, but I'm trying to abstract it out so other people can build with it. But if it does seem like something you'd like to contribute to, we can figure that out at some point. Okay. I mean, I'm doing the same thing, not in a very fancy way. Yeah, the main gist of this is I work at GitKraken. I'm pretty sure you know that and remember it, but if not, just confirming and letting you know. And I work in the marketing slash product marketing department. As a developer advocate, I am proposing talks to conferences all the time. But it would be nice if other people at the company could propose conferences that I could propose talks to so that I don't have to be aware of every single one. They can help submit ones that I might not be aware of, right? It's like some of the Atlassian stuff. I don't track that very well because I don't seem to see it in Sessionize or Papercall. But the basic idea is we could build an app that is Git native That's patent pending, right? Git-native, using Git as the database, where when they want to add a new one, it's basically a PR of creating a new item in that collection. That collection would be conferences. And then there would be another collection for talks or something. And we could associate those talks together with the conferences and blah, blah, blah. The main idea being when they add a new one, it's just a pull request. So then at that point, it would incentivize other people in the product marketing department to like dog food our tools better, because there's not a lot of cases where they're using GitKraken's products like for anything other than demo stuff. So there's a little bit of, number one, I don't want to keep all this stuff in a spreadsheet, so I'm being selfish that way. Number two, I think an abstraction for Git as a service could be really useful. It could abstract away the OAuth part of things, the APIs, etc., into a common thing. So we could do GitHub, GitLab, Bitbucket, etc. A lot of that stuff could be abstracted with a proper layer. And then, yeah. So I get that, bad cop. This is more about like collaboration. But just think about like the types of like micro apps you could build where you don't handle auth because GitHub's handling the auth. Right? It's just OAuth to GitHub. You've already got the user created. So you don't need to handle any of that in your database. That's GitHub's job. So yeah, there's a lot of stuff you end up getting for free if you were to treat GitHub as a platform. And yeah, it's really easy to roll back. Yeah, like there's a lot of cool stuff you get out of it. But yes, I'm going for more of a, like an abstraction to build more applications on top of. I'm not using CSV though, I'm using JSON as the underlying like data layer. Tomato, tomato, like not a big deal. But the part we're working on right now is trying to think about how we could do the Zod validation and some of that stuff, and like how a consumer of the library would actually build their application. So I'm doing it for a selfish reason. I want to build other applications using the same idea that I did with Vexilla, but I want it to be like more reusable because I think it's kind of fun, and I think I can make a good talk about it for a couple conferences about Git native type applications. Patent pending. I think it'd be kind of fun. If we make it work properly with TypeScript, I don't think there's anything that prevents porting and creating engines for other languages too. Because why not? They'd all have the same like integration tests. Did I start this today, Abdu? I started it yesterday, like towards the end of stream. So we did just a little bit of brainstorming. You found out your ID is a real ID? Nice. Yeah, mine is not. So hopefully it comes in tomorrow, or I got to go to the airport super early tomorrow, which means I won't be able to stream. Like the mail typically gets delivered around like 1 or 2. If it hasn't gotten in by then I got a problem. Oh, so Bad Cup, I don't know if you're aware, I assume you're aware, but basically the real ID is an ID that has like a chip and some other stuff in it, and you need it to travel domestically. Depending on the state you live in, you may already have it. Washington State hasn't required it for a while. Oh, it is just a super silly name. I was just making sure. I didn't want to assume that you knew exactly what we meant. It's not like we're capitalizing it or whatever. And some people live in states where they don't even know about it because they haven't needed to, because they've had real ID compliant IDs for ages. Like Florida. If you have a Florida ID, you've had a real ID compliant ID for at least 10 years. Washington State has been lagging behind. Washington State has had the enhanced ID for about as long, but it hasn't been required. Apparently, it's not a huge deal still. Okay. Yeah, I mean, some of the stuff I've seen is that. Okay, so you went through last week? Okay. Yeah. Yeah, don't know how long that'll last. We are, like, it went into effect on the 7th. So we're now basically like 2 weeks after it. Who knows when they're going to start being dicks about it? But I definitely don't want to miss a flight because of it. And technically, because I had to apply for my real ID, I have a temporary ID, and my real ID has, or my ID, or my older ID has like a hole punch through it, so it's like not even technically a valid one anymore. So I got to use the paper temporary that expires in like 3 weeks. Oh, really, Surly? Weak. Oh, that's so weak. Did he have one? And yeah, I just think it really depends on the airport and blah, blah, blah. If I was smart, I would have gone through the Everett airport. I should start doing that. We have an airport in Everett here in Washington, and I've heard that there's basically like never a line. And they do direct flights to, at least to like, to Phoenix, which is where I have to go for like work stuff. So yeah, I should start checking in on that more. He had his passport with him? Okay. Yeah, I don't even have a passport, so that's a problem. But I do have Clear. So I wonder if like Clear makes that a little better. Like I'm not gonna fake my retina, you know? Who knows? I applied for my real ID and like did all the paperwork and BS literally 2 weeks ago. So I'm hoping that maybe it comes in because they said 5 to 10 business days, but they're also super backed up. So yeah, there's a chance that it just doesn't arrive tomorrow and it'll be here when I get back, maybe. But that doesn't solve my problem. Kind of annoying. So this is going to be a type. Yeah. Export interface collection item. And yeah, Abdu, you watched a video that says there is no official ID that is standard in the US. You were shocked. Yeah, it's because states' rights is actually like a major cornerstone of what makes the US what it is. Like each state is allowed to govern at least some things as they see fit. So yeah, base collection item. It has to have an ID. I'm gonna say it has to have a name. Maybe name is not necessary. File name is necessary. Exactly, Abdu. Yeah, right. Yeah, it's pretty literal. Let me get more music going, though. Yeah. You see the Callahan auto shirt? Yeah, exactly. X metrics for sure. You can get a good look at a T-bone by sticking your head up a bull's ass, but wouldn't you rather take the butcher's word for it? Wait, no. It's your bull. Yeah, I actually did the quote right. I forget what the exact quote is when he gets it wrong. It's a very solid movie. Yeah, exactly. Yep. Yeah. A lot of people go to college for 7 years. Yeah, they're called doctors. Yeah, what'd you do? I don't know. Like, I feel all right, but I got some pain, right? Like, not here, but right here. Nope, I don't see anything. It is, yeah. There's so many good liners, like so many good one-liners in it. I sell car parts for the American consumer because I'm a hell of a salesman and they don't know any better. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I love that movie. That movie is great. But yeah, the Zod type, I don't think we need in here. So then, yeah, this goes back to being a T. Yeah, think about like the typings. It's a little tricky. All right, so hold on. What are they complaining about? Yeah, this part. All right, so that becomes item. Oh, I have these backwards. All right, so part of the idea behind this is there's going to be the items that are in the repo. There's going to be pending items in a collection too. Let's start thinking about this from like the top level of the engine again. So it's more like hmm, get collections here. I don't know if this is the right place for this. Let me try and like brainstorm this. So there is get existing collections. And it's more like get existing collection items. Get pending collection items. So that's in PRs. This is in source code. So yeah, hold on. Part of the engine stuff would be part of our config, and app config here, right? App name, app ID, require pull request is a Boolean. And maybe not require, but is there a better name for that? Maybe it's just like PR mutations? PR-based mutations, maybe? get file history, right? Like see who's modified a file over time. Yeah, I like this abstraction so far. All right, so then back to the types, right? Create commit, get commit. I don't think we'll do update commit. I think create commit makes a bit of sense. Yeah, the bill sheet joke. I like the bill sheet joke. Bad Cop, are you still out there? I don't know if you saw this joke. It's a solid one. Anyone else who's just joining, this was a solid moment on stream earlier. Hear me out. An app to scan receipts and put them into a spreadsheet to total them up. The free version would be called Bill Sheet. The pro version would be Total Bill Sheet. Applying to Y Combinator summer cohort now. Exactly. It's a good joke. So yeah, create commit is something the adapter needs. I don't know if we need anything else. All right, so file path. Yeah, the promised string as a response is probably incorrect. So where would we want to put like the repo URL? Right. So what we're going to end up having is stuff that is for the application. Ooh, for an adapter. We're going to have client ID. We're not going to do client secret because this is going to be client side. Client ID redirect URI. Yeah, I'm not sure about the backend auth part of things. We'll at least get client ID and redirect URI here at the adapter level. Yeah, and it's not set in stone. We don't have to like treat this as like we have to figure every single detail out immediately. We end up needing to have some abstraction of the repository. So maybe it's just repository is a string. So yeah, I think that works so far. Getting collections. So part of yeah, part of this is right, like the when constructing an engine, you do need to like set up. You do need to like set up the connection or collections that you're gonna have here. So we do need a type for that. We've got base collection item. Name. Um, we'll say path or directory. I think path is fine. And then here we see collection t extends base collection item. No worries, Surly. Oh, you're one of those people that showers before they go to sleep? Interesting. Do you do both? Right? Like before you go to sleep and when you wake up? I could see that. I just know I sweat when I sleep sometimes, so like I'd wake up feeling pretty gross still. And my hair gets all funky. Ah, okay. No, that makes sense. So maybe like not like the full like soap everything kind of like shower, but more just like a rinse. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I get that. Well, that makes a lot of sense to me. Oh, okay. That makes sense. As long as your soap isn't too harsh, I could see that being fine. Yeah, you definitely don't want to overdo shampoo. Right, like soap, as long as it's not drying your skin out too much is fine. But yeah, like doing shampoo too often is like really bad for your hair, I guess. I don't know for sure. I only shampoo like every other day. So as far as the collection goes, this is more like the collection definitions. The items don't need to be in there. So then this becomes a lot simpler. So then we go to here, and instead of collections base, this is just collection. We kind of want like the type to be inferred. What's the right way to do this with TypeScript? So if we do that, so I don't think that's even valid. What are they even complaining about? Question mark expected? All right, we'll ignore that for now. Oh, we see collections down there, actually. So that's fine. So now, like, the whole repository thing. Yeah, that is just runtime config. If we're defining collections as part of our app config, I'm not sure how much app config needs to live in the remote. Yeah. Like, it's almost like the right way to start prototyping this is actually from the outside in. So instead, we've got at least a little bit, but when we want to do it, we start looking at this part. So then here, collections is an array, but this is new collection. And that's not even close to right. This would be more like, let's say, conferences. Okay, so yeah, we're already at the point where I think I'm finding a flaw in this. We've got name, but instead maybe it's names. So singular, plural, path. All right, so then do we want to use nano ID or type ID? Because type ID is also sortable, right? Oh. Got like an ingrown hair, like a blocked pore or something right on like the inner bridge of my nose. Ugh, hate those. So yeah, we don't care about the Elixir one. This is going to be JS type ID. Jetify. What is Jetify? Ah, that's it. Yeah, we are going to store it as strings. Okay. Yeah, so we'll bring this in. And hey, Melaneth, what's up? How you doing? So you're doing some argparse generator stuff in Vue.js, and I don't think I'm even following you yet. So now I am. There we go. Sorry for the Jets. I mean, could be worse. Could be the Philadelphia Eagles instead. Boom, roasted. I know. Sorry, Sonic. Should I have said Dallas Cowboys instead? I don't even think people from Dallas like the Dallas Cowboys. Exactly. Right? They won a Super Bowl in the 90s and they've been on a rebuild ever since. Oh, I was talking about Dallas. Philly just won last year. You probably would have recognized it, right? The team from Philly was celebrating their win of the Super Bowl. 7 dead, 20 injured. That's a basketball quote. I'm pretty sure it's actually a Dallas joke. So, basketball quote. Final tally, 14 injured, 3 dead. That's the joke. Hey, Coop, your mother's a terrible cook. Oh, good one. The fact that that was Parkman from Heroes is even better. Or at least he's one of the Jersey guys. He might not have been the one that said that line. He might be the guy that's like laughing to the guy next to him who said it. But yeah, one of those guys was Parkman from Heroes. I love that bit. That might be my favorite movie ever. Basketball. I can quote the vast majority of the film. Hold on. So yeah, Felons fans rejoiced in their team's Denslow Cup victory with a huge celebration in downtown Dallas. Riot footage is shown. Final tally, 14 injured, 3 dead. And on a sad note, the sports world was devastated tonight. Yeah, I don't know. It's just so well done. Theodore Denslow, dead at 85. His hairpiece was 24. Wait, was Parkman in Sopranos? I think you're thinking of the other guy. So hold on. Yeah. Right, this actor, was he in The Sopranos? I would say probably, just because, there's only so many Italian actors in Hollywood. I'm sure they were running out by, the later seasons. Greg Grunberg. Was he in The Sopranos? I don't know. Hey, Coop, your mother's a terrible cook. Yeah, I don't know if he was in The Sopranos. I never watched it. I've only seen, maybe an episode of The Sopranos. I don't think he was even in it. Yeah. Nope, he wasn't. Steve Sharipa? Who the hell is that? Oh, yeah, no, I see. Yeah. They do look somewhat similar. All right, so what we want to do is we want to... And actually, no, we can just... Yeah, well, we're going to still want to do this here. We go back out. Shit. Okay, so what I was thinking is the ID would be something users do because we can't necessarily define it. Hmm. We're using APIs. So we're going to be using the GitHub API. So not raw, like, Git interactions at all. So the main goal was to start with the GitHub API. So that's the GitHub as a DB. But Git as a DB, mainly because it'll be like Git provider. So we can abstract it out to Bitbucket, GitLab, Azure DevOps, Gitty even. And those are just adapters for the library that we're building. Yeah, the main gist behind it is if you are using a Git provider like GitHub or GitLab or Bitbucket or whatever, there are certain things that you just don't even have to think about, right? Like users. Now they have an account and they just make a pull request for mutations, or they could just make a direct commit to modify things too. But you get traceability of who modified what and when, right? Like auth is solved for you, permissions are solved for you. Like there's a lot of like value in like a Git native application. You're not going to want to build like your software as a service on it, but for like micro internal apps, it makes a lot of sense. So that's like the main gist of what I'm trying to create an abstraction for. Yeah, no worries, Sonic. Yep. Like as an example, and keep in mind we've got a major bug with it, but one of the things I've built was Vexilla. Oh, hold on. Vexilla.dev. We can launch the app, and yes, we've got some flaws in here, so let me just clear that data. Excuse me, sorry. Right, so then the idea is you can select your provider. I've got adapters built for this. Let's say we select GitHub. You're forced to create a pull request, and you know your branch names will have foo underscore whatever. Then we would log in. Right, we've already installed it. So then from here we could pick a repository to configure our feature flags on. And we would select main, and we're good to go. And then we can start like fiddling with this stuff. And all of this is actually remotely in that feature flags repo. So sure, this lives at app.vexilla.dev, but there's no server behind any of this besides the auth, because GitHub forces a server-side token exchange. But other than that, like, yeah, super lightweight. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. Yeah, that's the way we're gonna do that for sure. Yep. I mean, not this part. This part's different. This is actually just a single one, but the abstraction we're building will differ from this. I was just showing off the fact that we've done something similar, but we're trying to build a more generic approach for it. Indexes in sister repos? No, not at all. Like any metadata would still be in the same repo. Right? Like your single repo is your single tenant like set of like tables, etc. The application can be multi-tenant, but you have no idea what's in like it's a single tenant database design. So your repo is your tables as a tenant, basically. Like indexing, it's not going to be nearly as complicated to even need indexing. We may generate indexes at some point with the engine, but though I don't even think we'll save those. I think that complicates things too much. The scope of this is for small applications. Things where spinning up a service isn't worth it. Besides maybe the GitHub auth, like microservice, which we should be able to make really easy for users as well. To get all customers, you'd read every file in the table. Yeah, like, I'm not worried about that. We can think about optimizations later, but it's premature to think about anything greater than that. Like, if you're going to have 1,000 things in a directory, this isn't the right tool. The main problem set I am trying to solve is for like one specific application so far, but I can think of a bunch of other kinds of apps that I would like as well. So basically, at GitKraken, I'm a developer advocate. I want other people at the company to be able to propose conferences that they think would be a good fit and that I should propose talks for. And then I will create talks and associate those with the conferences that, you know, have CFPs coming up. So at some point, it may get to 100 plus items, but you're not going to be tracking 100 real-time things, right? Like the amount of talks you're going to have over the course of a year isn't going to be more than 20, right? As far as like specific topics that you want to talk about. The amount of conferences you're going to talk at per year is probably not going to be like the amount that you're even going to try to talk at is probably not going to be greater than like 20 to 40. Not Git repo as a table. You're going to have multiple tables, right? The idea, like, don't think about tables. I think tables is the wrong abstraction. They're collections. They're collections of validated JSON files. Each directory for a collection will have all of the entries for that collection. So as far as the example I made, conferences would be one collection, talks is another collection. Yeah. That's part of the thing that we're trying to figure out now, right? Each collection is going to have a validator. That validator is going to define the schema as well, but we're also going to use the validator to check the things that you're submitting just in case things get out of date or whatever. We're using XOD, but XOD does have some overlapping with JSON schema. But now we're using XOD. I'm not even sure this is the right XOD type, actually. But we don't have to care too much about that part right now. And yeah, maybe the XOD type doesn't even matter. Like if you wanted to bring your own validator and your own like schema, what would be the problem with shipping that separately? I don't know. I think we're getting a little premature on the optimization and abstraction. We're going to force XOD for now as like a version 0.1. And then in the future, if we want to create like an abstraction layer that lets you bring your own validator, sure, right? Users are going to need to install XOD themselves. So like part of our docs will be like, here are the required dependencies, etc. I definitely don't care about performance right now. Nope. But yeah, how did your stuff go? And yeah, just in the future, Melaneth, it was maybe obvious there, but please use a kappa when you're being sarcastic. Sarcasm just doesn't translate very well via text. Yeah, no worries. So you got far enough into your Vue app to realize you didn't have a good enough example of a subcommand arg parser to be able to implement a generator in Vue.js, so you retreated to writing PyTest and working on argparse. Okay. No, it's fine, Melaneth. It's just, it's the internet. You kind of just have to. It improves every interaction. Right? A /s would work too. Like, I don't mind. So we're going to use type ID unboxed. Oh, I like that name. Royal We the People. That's kind of nice. It's a solid name. Ooh, and hold on. Yeah, so I think that's actually wrong. So So yeah, we installed type ID. We need to add Zod. Yeah, we're gonna force Zod for now. Oh, so we're failing that at this level. I think we can just fix that by going here. Yep. So then that builds. Joined the Discord. Hey, thanks. Welcome. So something is up here with our adapter abstraction. So we can do that for now. And yeah, did we see Chaotic show up today? Just want to make sure he's not missing out. He's here. Cool, cool, cool. Just got to make sure that, people with the long watch streaks get to continue keeping those streaks going, at least until they hit the milestone they care about. Right? And we could let people do other paths. I think that's fine. So then, yes, we're satisfying the Zod type abstraction or interface. A collection of... So wait, type unboxed collection. Nope, this is conference. And yeah, what I'm thinking is instead of... Yeah, we got one thing I want to change here. This is going to be an object in which we do all this stuff. All right, so we'll do that part. And then this. So same thing here. Right, so the user can at least bring their own ID functionality. And I think each collection also needs to have its own... let me get more music on. It'll need to have its own, like, do we need to inject the ID function? So it's like ID generator? Like as you create new ones, we're going to have to call that. Yeah, I could be into that. ID function. So that's the collection ID, right? ID function would be conference ID. We'll give users the option of configuring if it has to be through a pull request or not. But no matter what, this is not necessarily for large applications. This is for small teams. Validating who made a change to a repo is as simple as looking at the Git history. But if you want to force it to be pull request based, that's totally an option too. I would actually think the pull request based would be better. Like for Gitkraken, I would build the application as a pull request required application for the CFP stuff. But I don't necessarily want to dictate that for every single consumer of this library, right? I think an evolution of this could involve a set of like GitHub actions that you can install easily too. But that's definitely like getting way too far ahead of the MVP. Like we're going for a 0.1, not a 1.0 right now. No, we're going for a 0.0.1. Because Semver is over. Right, we'll be like React Native. 585 releases and still not a 1.0. I think Vala, is that also a validator? No, that's a different thing. Oh, it's a programming language. So what's been over the longest? React OS, getText, Ascend. Damn, Ascend since 1978. Hold on, here's some other fun ones. Right? So here's a down-to-earth demo of what's good and bad. Right? Like a 0.999999999. HTML5 lib Python. Sounds about right. I think they just keep adding nines as they go. How about this one? 0.0. Some sensor. You should be able to click your own name in chat and see, but we can tell you. So you've been following me since July 23rd, 2018. Basically a month after I started streaming. Approaches the value of pi. I think there was one doing that, right? Is that not in the list? Latex is doing it. There you go. Oh, but because it's greater than 0, right? It doesn't quite qualify. I'm wondering if they have it in here somewhere. Featured use cases. We remember them fondly. So React. The last over release of React was version 14. Yeah, they don't mention the Pi one. Yeah, it's a bummer. Calendar versioning? Calver. Oh, okay. So, if both you and people you don't know use your project seriously, then use a serious version. Luckily, the decision on whether to use Calver for that version is easier than ever. Does your project feature a large or constantly changing scope? What about large systems? Amorphous sets of utilities? Is it time sensitive? This one's actually less of a joke. This one's less fun. This one's less fun. Over is way better. Vexilla got contributors. New site looks good too. Vexilla barely has contributors. Still pretty much just me. Dylan Mulroy helped with the OCaml thing, though. And yeah, like Lightspeed. We haven't touched the Vexilla site since last year. Are there? Oh, you're right. You're right. So yeah. Space Case helped a little bit. I forget what Ashelia did, but yeah, Giannis helped with our Swift version a little. I forgot about that. Ryan Winchester helped with the Elixir one a little bit. And I forget what everyone else actually did. So yeah, you're right. You're right. Like, you know, it's not a whole lot. One person did one line of code. NVMRC, sure. Ryan Winchester, one commit. Yeah, most of them are just single commit contributors. Giannis's was pretty big. I do need to use the restroom. Give me a second. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Had to pee. Yeah, no worries, Lightspeed. No, that was just us building out that auth, like, as the prototype for kind of what we're doing with this project right now. But yeah, no worries. Still pretty cool, right? The fact that some people helped. And I think a lot of the reason why their contributions don't look much bigger is the fact that this is a giant monorepo. So yeah, like Dylan contributed 2,000 lines of code. It just so happens that there's 320,000 lines of code in the whole project. Or, you know, probably like 150 or something. I don't know. Somewhere in there. It's a fairly ambitious project, and it's still buggy, and we still got issues with it. All right, so I think our abstraction for the collections and, right, like I think the collections abstraction here is good. Right, we're not doing any of the internal stuff yet, and our adapter here seems to be really broke. So why is that such an issue? Ah, because that's failing. Okay, so we need to add all those things, yeah. I find it strange that we can't autocomplete this. Oh, and no, this is the wrong place. We should not be saving any of that, because that is the totally wrong place. What we want to do is in here. Yeah. So instead of this being an interface, it should probably be a class. Ooh. Ooh, someone outside's barbecuing. Smells good. Damn, they're making me hungry. Light up. I don't know. Like, yeah, I just, I'm not sure. You should at least be familiar with some of that stuff. When you say you're a senior engineer, like front end, back end, full stack, DevOps, like what? Back end? Yeah, you should probably understand how to set up like LangChain type stuff, right? And like durable execution should be something you're aware of. That kind of stuff. Like, I don't know for sure. How to set up an LLM, that's maybe less necessary and you could learn it as you need. But being able to create workflows that glue together LLMs, that's going to be important. So yeah, you should definitely like learn something about LangChain and some of those other orchestration tools. There's a cool company in Seattle. I already forgot their name. We go to Seattle JS. Past events, nice. Except that they're not kept up to date. Learn about JS with our speakers. Yes. Okay, so Evan Boyle. It doesn't say their company. Oh, I think that would be smart. Uh, and yeah, Gen SX. That's it. So this one seems kind of interesting too. Right? Like you use JSX to orchestrate these things. It's kind of interesting. So like your OpenAI provider and then research abstractions for it. So then you're creating workflows of just like, the things that you're going to pass to it. So then you can run it and there, yeah, I don't know. His talk about durable execution was really cool. I don't know if this is like the tool to use, but it's another one to consider at least. I think it's a little weird that they got this giant gap right there. But it's because, well, no, I don't know why that is. Yeah, they don't need this giant gap at all. But yeah, this is a good way of like explaining it. So basically, you could create your flow of things. So it's like analyze Hacker News trends. You know, you got your OpenAI provider, and it fetches Hacker News posts, and then from there you've got the analyzing of the posts, and then you got your generating of a report, and I don't know what the chat completion is, editing the report, more chat completion stuff, I guess. Like, I don't know. It seems very interesting to me. But yeah, theoretically, you could create your own like MCP resources, like creating your own context, which is kind of interesting. But yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of like interesting stuff out there. They are not like completely tied to the MCP stuff, but you know, if you're doing anything with like orchestration, etc., you should probably be aware of it and trying to work with it in some way. Eh, it's a cool idea. And he gave a great talk about durable execution. You should learn both. Absolutely. Why wouldn't it be? All right, so yeah, the adapter part. Create file, update file, I don't think makes any sense. Okay, so yeah, we'll call that good. So then over here, we can do something like that. Sure. So yeah, we've got this top level figured out now. I like this. Yeah. As far as the validator for this part goes, start date, end date, location, description. Name. CFP end date. Now, does Zod have a date string kind of validator? Oh, it does? Oh, this is a date object, though. Right, so hold on, let me look at that. Zod date. Oh, cool. So string.date makes a lot more sense. Okay, so yeah, as far as conferences go, this is the main data we care about. Oh, URL. Okay, so then file name, I'm going to say we don't do because it'll be optional. URL is required. Start date, end date is required. Location is required. Description, we'll say, is maybe that one can be optional. CFP end date is required. And CFP URL is required. For a talk, right? File name doesn't make any sense to me. Talk title, description, outline. I don't think URL makes sense. Duration minutes. And hey, what's up, Standard? How you doing? Okay, so we almost need to track, like, relations at some point. Or instead, maybe it's just proposed talks. Yeah, proposed talk IDs. Yeah, I kind of like that. Again, it doesn't have to be like denormalized or normalized. We can have embedded data as they relate to things. Yeah, and we don't need to like fully finalize what this application is going to look like. We just need to like prove out the idea. So I think we're getting there with this. So we don't have the implementation details of what happens inside of each function that we're going to end up needing to call for this. Right? Like the engine ends up exposing a bunch of methods. So if we were to do something like, right, we've got these methods. Add to collection, get adapter, get adapters, set adapter, remove from collection, update in collection. Yeah, so I like that so far. The implementation details on the inside of that is part of engine here, and we have basically nothing in these parts. And yeah, so instead of passing collection ID here, so instead of T validator, this would be we know that it's a Zod type. Wondering if this can infer the Zod type from the collection here. Because I think this part can be inferred by the collection that we pass to the add to collection part. So this is where we're getting into some weird like TypeScript wizardry. Yeah, I think that should work. So hold on. Let's double check here in the Zod docs. Yeah, okay. So we do want z.infer. Why wasn't it throwing an error on that Zod.infer? Right, we can do item ID, and then this will be that. But yeah, standard pointer. What you up to today? Yeah, and how do we feel about some of this stuff I'm doing so far? Doing well. Hey, Stickle Wings. It's been a little bit. Man, we're seeing a bunch of people today that we haven't seen for a while. So yeah, I really wish I could do more Sunday streams. Let's make this a strong one. Why not? I don't need that much sugar, and we can just sip a little slower. I've been dealing with a thing called life. Oof. Yeah, that shit's terminal, man. It's one hell of a condition you got there. I know, haven't found a cure yet. None of us are getting out of this alive, man. Yeah, it's a good album. Ooh, all right. So one quick sec before I forget. I do want to eat some Indian food tonight. When does this place close? Oh, they don't close till 10. We got time. Ooh, buddy, we got time. So update in collection if right, we'll add to-dos where they're necessary. All right, we do have to have some of this boilerplate. Yep, adding the item we'll have to-dos for as well. Getting collections. So this is more going to be like get collection items. Yeah, getting set token, getting set repository. And yeah, another part of this, we may want to start like hacking out what the README for this might look like. Oh, and I totally missed a couple follows. Sully Cells, if you're still out there. Sully sells seashells down by the seashore. And Royal We the People, thank you for that follow as well. Thank you for joining the Discord as well. Yeah, appreciate you. I'm not sure how we're using the app config just yet. Because we're not even setting it at the moment. What all goes into the app config? The app name, app ID, and whether PR-based mutations are turned on. So maybe instead of app config, it's more like repo config. Or technically, we'll probably have app config too. But repo config would be whether the user requires PRs for mutations or not. We don't have repo config created. We should, because that's where PR-based mutations will live. Token. Token is based on the users. That's at the engine level. Yeah, let me get more music going. We have to know the repo to get the repo config. So app config is something that we pass in. At this level. Yeah, I like that. And we'll have a getter for app config. Sure. Getting repo config. Yes. So then the current adapter. Yeah, what we want to do here is maybe a fetch repo config. So then get config here. That goes away. So then get collections. Right, because we've got all this stuff set as private, right? Yeah, so, yep, I'm okay with that. Setting collections we don't need to do. Fetching collections we will need to do. Get collection items takes in that. We infer that. We can call that good. And instead of, well, yeah, would it be get collection items or fetch collection items? Okay, so then this must return a value. We can throw not implemented on that one. And actually, yeah, we want that to be T instead of collection. Very similar here. Right? Because we're embedding. Yeah, because we're embedding these things, right? We're at least going to embed the collections, like the item IDs within the collection. I think that's fine. So instead, yeah, get collections versus get collection. So then here, this would be fetch collection items. And eventually we'll want to establish like a cache for some of this stuff. I'm not sure about the fix for that right now. What are people cooking out there? It almost smells like brewing beer. I'm wondering if that's like people roasting like Brussels sprouts or something. It smells like when I used to live above a brewery. Anyone lived near a brewery before? Like a beer brewery? You never forget that smell. I doubt someone's brewing their own beer. But that's possible. You had one across the street. It was great. Yeah, you either really like that smell or you really hate the smell. I hated it at first and then it grew on me. So yeah, we got a lot of to-do stuff here, but yeah, this engine is definitely growing into what I'm kind of expecting it should be. Never overpowered the smell of the sewer plant. Well, yeah, you could have led with that one. Jeez. It was nice living near a brewery, though, I guess. Yeah, I've never lived near a sewer plant, so you got me beat there. Alex, just saw your message. Give me a second. Ooh, I can't assign the sub thing. Yeah, sorry, Alex. I can't reassign like the sub role. That one's completely controlled by Discord. So maybe try like stopping and restarting Discord again? I don't know. Okay, so it was an old coworker's place, super cool. They've done very well and have since expanded and acquired another brewery. The owner said of that one said, "I'm done." Sure, makes sense. Yeah, so if we think about what we got here, like I almost want to create a to-do list here at the top level. I think that would help. So, duty to do. Anyone know the reference? Anyone know the reference? Man, we haven't watched that season of that show in a long time. That's fine. It's from Black Books. There's an episode with Simon Pegg, who runs the chain bookstore next door in, I believe, season 3. This is your duty to do card. They scan it. Like, that's the sound it makes too. Duty to do. Like, I don't know. To me, that's just like funny. Like, it's like, I don't know. The sound it makes is like the word too. I don't know. Maybe it's way funnier to me. I'm okay with it. But it's a good episode. It's one of the fun ones. The show is called Black Books. It's by the guy that made IT Crowd. I think it's technically the show he made before IT Crowd. Graham Linehan's kind of a dickhead these days, so yeah, like he went full um he went full Harry Potter author lady. But he's not nearly famous enough, you know, to like weather that storm. Right? She can go sit on her yacht. I believe he sits on his fucking the front porch of his RV. But yeah, Black Books. You may recognize some of these people, right? Like, you know, this dude, he was in Shaun of the Dead. He plays the guy that has the crush on Sean's ex-girlfriend or whatever. Bill Bailey does some really good, like, stand-up comedy kind of stuff. Fran or whatever, she's done a bunch of, like, shows. The biggest one I would say is that one that was on, like, Showtime or something, where it had, like, Matt LeBlanc. Yeah, Dylan Moran's stand-up is good. It's more of, like, storytelling than it is, like, straight-up comedy, though. So it's an acquired taste. I would say Bill Bailey is, like, more, like, just straight-up, like, comedy. Like, I'd equate what Dylan Moran does more with, like, what John Leguizamo does. You wouldn't call him a stand-up comedian, but he does have a good stage show. But yeah, Tamsin Gregg, that's her name. Fran Katzenjammer on the show. She's also married to, like, you guys remember The Fifth Element? There's the part where, sir, do you identify as human? No, I am a meat popsicle. And then there's the next one. Sir, put your hands on the circles. Smoke you! Wrong answer. They knock him out, take him away. That dude who says smoke you, that is Fran's husband. Or Tamsin Gregg's husband. I really like that little bit of trivia. Because he's not a big-time actor or anything. It's one of those things I just looked up randomly on IMDb. Probably it was part of the trivia for Fifth Element. Could have been trivia for Black Books. I forget which. I really like reading the trivia on IMDb. But yeah, Black Books is fun, and it's totally free on Tubi TV. If you're in the UK, it's on like BBC, like live streaming. It's awesome. Like I enjoy it. It's a really fun show. 6 episodes a season, kind of thing. Very sitcom-y. Has a laugh track, so if you can't stand a laugh track, you're not gonna like it. But it's not like the canned laughter. It's at least like in front of a real audience, which is nice. As far as I know. Like Father Ted was in front of an audience. Not on BBC if you don't pay your TV license. Really? Okay, so I didn't know that. Well, what's up, Colton? How you doing? Yeah, Colton. So hold on, I don't even think I have a command for this project, right? We do have a today command that might sum it up a little bit. But yeah, we're doing our git as a database thing. We're calling it Oh-my-GaaD. Zenstack, and it's Zod TRPC generators. I've never used TRPC. Don't tell Colin. But what is Zenstack? No, it's fine. Colin doesn't care. He's a dude. Okay. So it's basically like an ORM wrapper, right? Like Prisma ORM, but it generates like a bunch of the bullshit for you too. Okay. I've never used Prisma. Not a single time, ever. I've never used Planet Scale. I've basically never used, well, no, we've done it once or twice. I've used Terso and CockroachDB for very small things. But for the most part, I don't use database as a service providers. It's just not something I do. Yeah, and isn't Prisma the thing that is basically like a direct connection to the database? Which I am fundamentally against. Like, very much like Hasura. I agree with Theo. Like, the direct connection to the database thing, I think, is an anti-pattern. I think? I don't know. I'm not sure. So, no, it's not, like, direct from the client? Okay. I believe Hasura was doing that, and I am fundamentally against Hasura. Like, so much so, it doesn't matter how much they want to pay me. If they ever did, I just wouldn't use it. I think we do know someone who used to work there who we haven't seen in a while, but you guys remember Thrashing Code? Adrian? Haven't seen him in ages. I'm curious what he's up to. He's always fun to talk to. Like, very knowledgeable dude. So ZenStack is starting to get rid of the Prisma dependency, and it's got generators for Zod and TRPC. Sounds cool. Yeah, no, I think that makes sense. I'd almost rather go the other way. I'd rather create the Zod like validators and generate the schema from that. But it's not a one-to-one, so I can understand how that might not be ideal. I think if you created enough like custom Zod types, you could make it work though. Like, I'd rather treat Zod as the source of truth. Yeah, no, no, I don't know if that makes sense because you're gonna have a whole bunch of like database schema stuff that has nothing to do with like the final types that Zod cares about. So no, I think I get it. I don't know. I don't know. I'd be curious about some of Colin's takes on some of this stuff. It's getting close to golf season, so yeah, might be able to chat with him again soon. That's an image? No, I already hate it. Why is this an image? I hate it. Like, if they're gonna make a mistake like this, what else are they fucking up? Right? What if I wanted to copy and paste? Typical devs not caring about how people consume their documentation, which I consider a giant red flag, but whatever. Yeah, database to UI, database to what? Like, I don't know, man. Yeah. Well, I'll look at it eventually. I don't think I like mixing permissions with all this stuff. I don't think I like that either. Yeah, I don't know. Eh. I'll take your word for it that it's good. I'm a bit of a skeptic. Curmudgeon, if you will. I'm sure it's fine. I just think there's probably something that could be better about it. Oh, okay. So in another month, you'll hate it. Good to know. Nice. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, Colton. Was that some of the stuff that you used on like your vibe coded project? Okay. Well, that says everything. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. No, makes sense. I get it. I get it. All right. So, what are my goals for what needs to happen? Um, I actually don't even know what I want in my to-do list. And yeah, we'll skip the rest of this album. What do y'all think? What should we listen to? Do we want to keep with synthwave or do we want to try and mix it up a bit? We could go on a classic rock kick. We could go on an 80s kick. The 90s vibe yesterday was dope. Yeah. I feel like an 80s vibe could be good. I feel like an 80s vibe could be good. Gary Newman? I was thinking the other Newman. I've never seen the official video with this intro. So there's something wrong with that. I like the record version, not the official video. Right? There's like a horn section in the proper recording. Right? That part right there. That was majorly lacking from the other one. I think this is an 80s song. Damn, 77. Basically 80s. Yeah, close enough. All right, so right, we don't know the order we need to do these yet. Let's just start hammering out some of the things that we need to like plan and do eventually. So the first step would be get OctoKit imported and use it to scaffold the adapter methods. Oh-my-GaaD, totally different thing. Wow, it's a short song though. This is definitely 80s, right? 82? Yeah. Bit of a longer song now. Longer than that last one, at least. Yeah, I don't want no short songs. Don't want no short songs around here. Damn right, Sir Elfman knew. It was pretty obvious. Yeah, it's not necessarily like obscure. I'm not sure I know that many obscure 80s songs. Well, we'll fire out some of them. But this one's not obscure. White Wedding? No. I'm less a fan of that one. No, I got two queued up already. Dead Man's Party, Dirty Laundry. Ooh, yeah, Mexican Radio. We might do some Talking Heads. We're going to have to do some Peter Gabriel. That's required. Yep. Bobbing heads talking to talking heads. We'll put on some Robert Palmer. Ooh, yeah. Some Robert Palmer for sure. Yeah. We got some stuff. Oh yeah, yeah. We got some stuff. Good job, YouTube. Here's a quick question: Dead Man's Party or Weird Science? The song's about what happens when you take too much white powder? Like every song in the 80s? White lines, vision, dreams of passion, flowing through my mind, and all the while I think of you. Yeah, write what you know. Exactly. Should we keep the theme going? Should we play White Lines next, actually? That might be it, right? We should string together some themes. Sounds like a problem with the quality of the product. Yeah, yeah, hold on. There's that Bill Hicks quote. I say drugs have done good things for us. And if you don't agree, if you think drugs are the worst, I want you to go home, take every album, every CD, every tape you've ever listened to, and burn them. Because all the musicians that made that music that's enriched our lives throughout the years, real fucking high on drugs. We all live in a yellow submarine. They had to pull Ringo off the ceiling with a rake. Hey, Ringo, come down now. Yoko's gone. We can party again. Artists that speak out against drugs, that actively, like, think they're a problem, boy, they suck. Hold on. So that's a good song, but no, I want to hear White Lines. That's a solid song. And yeah, yeah, the quote goes a bit deeper after that. Like ballless, soulless, suckers, blah, like it, like yeah. Bill Hicks goes a little off the rails with his critique of anti-drug musicians. I don't know if we need to do the long version. Nope. Oh, I guess this is the original? All right. It's a longer song. We'll allow it. Any course or channel to learn programming? I've actually been hearing a lot of people speak really highly of boot.dev. Because it's like interactive rather than just watching videos. Definitely something to check out. In general, Diego, we tend to actually recommend 100 devs and Free Code Camp. So there's a bunch of stuff for you. I think boot.dev, from what other people have told me, is really good. I've never evaluated it myself. I have no idea. But boot.dev costs money. 100 devs and Free Code Camp are free. Yeah, I'd recommend Free Code Camp first. Even if you don't want to be a web dev, learning web dev is a good first step because all you need is a browser. Tutorial hell is very real, absolutely. You want to avoid tutorial hell. But at some point, you need to be seeing results as quick as possible, and web dev is the way to do that. So, yeah. Like, just because you learn web dev doesn't mean you have to be a web dev. So yeah, Norris Diego, I would say Free Code Camp first. 100 devs as a community to keep you motivated. Exactly. And like my biggest complaint when people recommend something like Python or any other language that involves like setting up a local environment, that is already way too many steps before someone can see a result. If you can get someone hooked on seeing a result, they are more incentivized to set up command line BS later. But that was, and I'm speaking from experience. So again, this is like my bias. But for me, installing CLI tools, fuck that. Dude, it sucked. But being able to see HTML and stuff right there in front of my face, technically being able to do CSS and see the changes with MySpace, being able to see a GeoCities page and see it, like those things got me hooked to where I was incentivized to set up CLI tools and things later. But if you don't get that, like, that immediate feedback, you're just setting up more hurdles for someone to get through. So yes, I recommend Free Code Camp. That's fine, Sonic. Like, yeah. No one's ever perfect. So don't worry about that part. And no one ever coming down. Free base. Yeah, I got lucky. Right? I'm old enough that GeoCities taught me HTML, MySpace taught me CSS, Flash taught me basic scripting that I copied and pasted from Karupa. Like my entire like high school career basically like set the course for me being a web dev. Kids these days don't have that. They have, like, we all have the technology on all the platforms to, like, you don't need to know that stuff at all. But they didn't have that tech back then. Yeah, exactly, Colton. Yep. Yeah, it's like, it's a bunch of, like, rigmarole to jump through, like a bunch of hoops. Those hoops will burn out people trying to start. So yes, I don't recommend anyone learn for their first languages something that requires a bunch of setup. All you need is a browser for JavaScript, for HTML, for CSS. And all the while, I think of you. A very strange reaction. The more I see, the more I do. Yeah, there's a lot of cool stuff, right? Like, just because you learn web dev doesn't mean you're forced to be a web dev forever. It's all about just making those first steps. Maybe I'd still recommend just get him into web stuff first and then do the other stuff later. You do whatever you want, but I'm just saying, like, the younger they are, the more they need to see results as quick as possible. Okay, I get it, iReal. So maybe that works. I would still just push back, and like drawing a line requires understanding Cartesian coordinates, and like so much stuff needs to be set up ahead of time, right? Most people aren't even aware of graphing and Cartesian coordinates until junior high. So how soon are you trying to get them started? Here's the thing, you don't have to like computers, but if it's a stepping stone to building something you want, right? If he wants to become a musician, yeah, don't think of it as liking computers. I don't even think it's about liking specific software and functions. I think it's about accomplishing a goal. Find a goal that they want to accomplish where, you know, some HTML, CSS stuff might be like the way to do it. And then eventually they can think of other things they want to do where they might need to learn like more complex programming. Yeah, my recommendation is just like more like think about outcomes. That's the motivation. The process isn't important until you actually start caring about it. Beginners don't care about process. Beginners care about results. That's fine, Stack Overchill. I still think anything that involves graphing is a no-go for getting like younger people involved. Because you don't touch graphing until you're in junior high. If you're trying to get an elementary school kid stoked on something, anything dealing with graphing and math to that level is just not the move. It is, though. It is graphing. Like that fundamental abstraction of like drawing a point from point A to point B. That's Cartesian coordinates. Whether they know it as graphing, I don't know. I don't know about kids these days. When I was in elementary school, we didn't touch graphing at all. In 6th grade, we were still just doing our times tables. In the advanced classes, I might have been getting into some of that, but it wasn't an advanced math class. It was just like a class for like gifted students, and it dealt with way more than like math. So we didn't even touch that. Elementary school here in the U.S., 1st through 6th grade. 6th grade ends around the age of 11 or 12. When I was taking my advanced classes in grade, 5 or 6 at the age of like 10 or 11, yeah, like, no, we went to the courthouse and learned how, like, legal proceedings work. We learned how to debate properly. Like, we learned a bunch of stuff that wasn't advanced math. And I didn't get into proper advanced math classes until junior high. Even though I taught myself how to reduce fractions in 4th grade, I taught myself multiplication in kindergarten. I didn't fully grasp multiplication until like 2nd or 3rd grade, though. But like, multiplication implicitly made sense to me once I started thinking about pairs of shoes. I can have 3 pairs of shoes, but it's technically 6 shoes. I remember walking back from Back to the Future 3, watching that with my mom, and saying that, and she's like, "You just learned multiplication." So just remember, like, even though I was doing that shit, I didn't have any like properly advanced math classes until junior high. Now, it could have changed recently. I feel like education's gotten dumber, though, and technically stupider. So I would doubt that elementary school is any better than that. Triangles and math around them? Yeah, I don't remember that until easily junior high. Like, realistically, a lot of the geometry focused stuff, right? Like, the angles of a triangle always add up to 180. I don't think we fully dug into that until geometry in high school. Like, I really don't remember a lot of those proofs and stuff until like high school math classes. We might have had some of that in like 8th grade. I don't remember it in 7th grade. Like, 7th grade was all about the algebra of it, right? Like, basic, you know. Yeah, I don't know, man. It's actually hard to like recollect what the advanced math classes were doing in like 7th and 8th grade. I ended up getting a C and getting like opted out of the advanced math classes in 8th grade. At which point my mom forced me to learn like a bunch of stuff that maybe they were learning. Because my mom was a math major, so like she's not going to have a stupid math kid. Especially one that taught themselves reducing fractions. My younger brother, nah, he didn't have that proclivity. He's a like an English slash writing kind of kid. Well, I mean, Sonic, yeah, like by 11th grade in AP Physics, it's still just kind of like remedial algebra. Oh, and hold on. Yeah, yeah. No, it's a good song, but no, let's get some more like 80s stuff going. Come on. Yeah, come on, YouTube. Figure it out. If I play 380 songs in a row, you know what to autocomplete. Come on. When you think Don Henley, you might think Eagles, but for the 80s, you probably think Boys of Summer. This is way better than Boys of Summer. Yeah, stuff is getting worse, like way worse. That's why I'm saying, like, you don't want to get them involved in, like, heavy graphing stuff until they've kind of, like, dealt with it in school, unless you want to try and give them a leg up, but they have to be, like, interested first, you know? When technically, you could actually get them involved in, like, Cartesian coordinates by absolutely positioning things, and that might be, like, an easier, like, switch into P5JS and some of that junk. But I would say not the other way around. Like P5JS or, you know, the line from point A to point B. Drawing a line is very much like junior high shit. Whereas instead, if you can just teach them absolute positioning of a thing within, like, the window, that's a very easy, like, next step. So 12 is about when junior high starts. So that's about the right time, I think. If you want to get your kid interested before then, I would shy away from graph stuff. I understand that, Colton, but it's the amount of steps involved to do so. The result you're seeing from doing that in P5 is less intuitive than I have a browser window of a web browser that I'm absolutely used to using these days for kids. Right? Like, in my opinion, they're already used to surfing the web. If you can make a website with them, bam, that's something real. That's my main point, Colton. I don't think P5 is a good start for anyone. It's just my personal opinion, you know? Once they're in high school, dude, sky's the limit. Teach them anything you want. But if you're trying to teach an elementary school kid, right, before the age of, let's say, 10, they need to see results as quick as humanly possible, and results that they actually care about. Results they can care about is making their own website, because they're used to using the web, you know? Now, granted, I didn't use the web until I was 13, so I don't have the full scope of it, but there's no way in hell you were going to get me to learn BASIC or any programming language before the age of 10. No fucking way. Like, no thank you. Just, no. Like, my mom, bless her heart, like, when I was in my 20s, my mom gave me an XML book. She got it at the Microsoft store because she worked at Microsoft at the time. That shit almost made it to where I didn't learn programming whatsoever. I'm sitting there trying to read it page by page. It's this giant fucking XML book. That almost burned me out of programming. And I had already been copying and pasting stuff with ActionScript, you know? I started reading that thinking, like, wait, do I actually have to, like, know and care about this bullshit? Fucking 300 pages of XML? If you want to make sure your kid doesn't become a programmer, I can show you the book. I can show you the XML book. That'll be the one That'll be the way to just burn them out of caring about programming whatsoever. Hold on. Okay. No, so that's a solid song, but we want 80s. No. We want 80s. Come on. Ooh. Here's some 80s. Ooh. Here's some 80s. Y'all ready for it? Just wait. This bass line will move your soul. Just wait. Dude, that bass line is insane. And yeah, are we losing a bit of steam? Yeah, let's make sure we get some of this stuff kind of like figured out a bit. You need a drink? I got one already. Come on. Catch up. Come on. No, it's fine. Let me go use the restroom. It is probably about time. Like, it's 7:42. I can wait another 20 minutes, but I should probably put in my order for the Indian food here soon. But let me go pee. Yeah, Hadlow, this song is awesome, isn't it? Oh, there's one song I want to put on after this. I don't want to forget about it. All right, so there's that one. Then there's shit. Why am I spacing on this band name? I know it's morbid, but what's the 80s band where the lead singer dude commits suicide, and then like the bassist guy took over as the lead singer. Why am I spacing on their name? Yes, it's Joy Division. Joy Division. That's it. Yes. Did they get a new song? Or like a new band name? After Joy Division? Yeah. What was the band named after Joy Division? They totally... New Order. New Order. That was it. New Order. All right, that's the band I was thinking of. Yeah, it's New Order. No disrespect to the memory of like the Joy Division guy. I like New Order's songs better. True Faith, Blue Monday. I'm pretty sure there's a few others that I like more. But the song I was looking for was True Faith. I love the music video. It starts out with the guys slapping the shit out of each other. Like to the beat. But we'll hear that after we hear this other song. So yeah, YouTube, sorry you can't hear the music, but man, I am jamming out to this stuff. I love it. You think you'll be able to make it to the 7-year anniversary stream? Nice. Yeah, I might actually miss the exact day. We'll have like the celebration stream around then, I believe. Like, hold on. How do we check this? Is it stream charts? Is that how we do it? Ooh, so this site only goes back to June, or like to 2019, but we started in 2018. So is it Mobalytics? No, that's like MOBA bullshit. Maybe Sully Gnome has it. I want to get the official start date. And it's not when I created my account. So technically, June 3rd. Ooh, that's a good song. But no, we're going to listen to this one. So I guess, yeah, it was technically June 3rd. I thought it was June 4th. Okay. But yeah, when people ask, like, oh man, what was it like? You know, like starting out, how'd you deal with one viewer? Dude, I hit 6 to 8 on my first stream, and then we bumped right up to like 14 to 18. Like the second stream, just like the next day. So yeah, like I started at a really good time, I think. But also like look at the times. I started at like I guess I did a 10 a.m. stream. I don't remember that, but I do remember like the 5 a.m. like starts and some of that. There might have been something I did in the month before that. Yeah, no, nothing in May. So yeah, June 3rd was technically the first like stream anniversary. Yeah, I used to like stream before work, but I also was doing a biphasic sleep cycle at the time. So I would sleep like 4 hours at a time, twice a day. And more like three, 3.5. One of the people I talked to at Seattle JS, the meetup here in Seattle, actually used to watch me like way back in the day when I did the super early streams. That's always kind of blown my mind. I didn't realize that they were watching back then. But damn, if we look at it, yeah, the gaps between streams, I streamed like one day on June 3rd, then again at June 10th, then June 17th. So I was like a 1 day a week streamer at the start. You thought your screen was tearing. Hold on, wait. Why'd you think your screen was tearing? Wait, what did I do? I don't know. Whatever. How far will GAAD go? Will it just be an adapter, more of just a KV object store type schemas, migrations, extractions? What's the plan? Definitely not migrations. What the hell is an extraction? Schemas we've already got. Types we've already got. Less of a KV object store and more of a, I don't know, like a collection of JSON documents. So think about like the Git repo as basically a document store. Now, we're not going to have queries at all. It's just about the data storage. And that's pretty much it. Like, I'm sure there'll be a little bit, but yeah, I think you're like looking way more into it than it'll ever be. Colton, do you remember when we were doing Vexilla? Think about the Vexilla client and how you configure feature flags. That abstraction, but more genericized. And yeah, let me just share this real quick. Dude, maybe turn the audio off if you have to, but watch this music video. Like at the beginning when they're doing the slaps. Oh, hold on. I gotta paste it elsewhere. Right? When they're doing the slaps. The double slaps. Like that part's good too. Dude, I love this song. The music video is even better. Right? The goblin dude jumping up and down. Like, dude, there's so much in this video that's just perfect. Just perfect. Right? The three guys bouncing up and down. Right? Like, oh, dude, yeah. Love this song. So yeah, this is the band New Order. They spun out of Joy Division. It's basically the same band, but the bassist took over singing, and to honor the original dude's memory, they changed their name. That's my understanding of it. I could be slightly off. But let me order some food. Damn right. Dude, the dance moves, the choreography in this is so good. But yeah, so DoorDash time. Certain sense of liberty. All right, let me look at my cart. Let me double check. Do I actually want to get the fish pakora? I don't need it tonight. But butter chicken, garlic naan, absolutely. Absolutely. Wait, what about Escape from New York? Wait, what about Escape from New York? What, like, what's the reference? Like, do you mean like the Everybody Wants to Rule the World? Like, the reference I was making? No, I was just talking about the song I was going to play, man. Come on. Oh, I know the movie. I'm a big fan of the movie. I just don't know what it has to do with what I was talking about. This song is Everybody Wants to Rule the World. That's the name of the song. The movie I think of when I hear this song is Real Genius, right? The Val Kilmer film from the 80s. This is the song that plays at the end with all the popcorn. No worries, Amir. I get it. We do have to think about what song we play after this one. So yeah, hold on. Oh, that's the one. The song was in BioShock? I didn't know that. Oh, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's kind of really cool. So yeah, our official streamiversary is June 3rd. I feel like this... I'm wondering... I'm wondering if this is adjusted for UTC. But yeah, we can say June 3rd. I thought it was June 4th. We'll just agree that it was probably June 3rd. So yeah, I might be able to stream June 3rd, but there's an event on June 4th that I might need to go to for work. So we'll have our streamiversary either the day before or the day after that, I think. And if not, well then it'll be June 3rd, which I believe would be a Tuesday. But the main gist is I would request it off work, maybe the day after as well, because whiskey. Hold on, we're going to pause this song. We're going to get this other one that's a good solid, I think, 80s song. Ooh, 1980 exactly. This is Robert Palmer. He's the guy that did Simply Irresistible. Like, he's that dude. This is before he ended up, like, having, like, the, you know, the suit and all that BS. The next song we'll do is, like, I Didn't Mean to Turn You On, which is, like, him totally in the suit with, like, the ladies in the band. This is actually my favorite song by him, though. This is a solid song, though, right? Come on. All right, so yeah, let's keep hacking stuff out. June 3rd is the official start date. I had it in my head as June 4th. Ooh, I'm looking for clues. Unity's docs are a bit lacking. Yeah. Last time I looked at Unreal, it was the same thing. Like, yeah, game dev actually requires, like, using courses to understand their docs better. Nah, like, I agree. Like, tutorials, getting started guides, blah, blah, blah. Like, Unity and Unreal have the same problem where they expect people to, like, just get it, you know? And if you've never done game dev, there's a lot of stuff that you'd have to, like, figure out, you know? Especially because it's, like, an entire IDE that you got to learn, too. Like, what buttons to click, etc. It's like learning 3D Studio Max or Maya, you know? Right? It's less about, like, how do you do the thing and more like, where the hell is the button for it? I think that would eventually be a really good selling point for like an MCP server. Not necessarily to like do everything for you, but to highlight the part of the UI that could do the thing that you're trying to do. Right? LLMs could actually be really good when plugged into an MCP server for Unity, Unreal, Godot, etc. I think that's like those are some of the tools that I think would benefit the most from MCP stuff. Because there's a lot of things that like you know what you want to do, you just don't know where to click it. Right? Like if you know 3D Studio Max, sure. How do you know where to click in Blender? You don't. But an MCP server could help highlight that shit for you. Right? I think some of those like really like functionality dense applications are the best use case for MCP. Oh, this song is also really fucking good. Knew what you were all about, and then I did. I didn't mean to turn you on. MCP could actually be really simple, depending on what you're building. To build a proper MCP server for some other stuff, well, that's trickier. Yeah. No, this song's amazing. Yeah, Robert Palmer's great, man. He's the addicted to love guy. He's the, like, just simply irresistible. Like, dude, he's got cuts, and then he's got some of these, like, hidden gems, too. This is Robert Palmer, yeah. Yeah, this is at like the very first start of his arc where he started like having the women in the short skirts as his band members in the music videos at least. Oh, you thought it was Genesis, like early Genesis? Nope. Um ooh, there is a Genesis cut that I'd love to play actually. That's maybe not his like most famous one. We'll do that before we hop into these other Robert Palmer songs. How about that? Yeah, that song That's All by Genesis. It's my favorite Genesis song. And I feel like it's like somewhat under the radar compared to their other stuff. But yeah, let's look at bringing Octocat, at least get it imported. We brought up these docs yesterday. Right? So these types, at Octokit types, we're gonna add those. Right, so yeah, let's do That's All. I haven't heard this in ages, too. I thought I was wrong when I thought I was right. It's always the same, it's just a shame, that's all. And you'd say night when I know that it's white. It's just a shame, that's all. I'm not a big fan of this refrain, but whatever. The other part's amazing. Makes up for this part. This part's good, though. Making me feel like I want too much. God, I just hate this refrain. Here's the thing, though. They need the refrain. They need the refrain. They need this bridge. It strings the entire song together. I like this part more than I like that other bit. That's a solid emote. Both of those, actually. I like it. God, it's just... Here's the thing. The contrast between this part and the rest of the song, I think, makes the rest of the song better. Where's Robotic Head in some of his cat emotes? I actually want to do a cover of this song. I think that'd be kind of fun. Peter Gabriel time, right? We listened to some Genesis. Can we listen to Peter Gabriel, who was the original singer of Genesis? Might go live. Seeing my stats earlier is motivating. Yeah, I mean, the key thing to streaming is being interactive, having a camera, having a decent enough microphone. It's fine, Ricky. Like, yeah, like no stress. I just think, yeah, I got lucky with the timing of when I chose to start. Like, I don't know what it was. I got really lucky. But I also think there's something that I did starting out that I think a lot of other streamers take for granted. I mean, Nightshade, I don't know if you remember, but when I was young, like when I was first starting, I wasn't that consistent. I streamed like once a week at weird ass times. Like we looked at it. I started like June 3rd, hit somewhere between like 5 and 8 people. The next stream after that, I was in like the teens, and then, you know, like plateaued for a bit, bumped up, plateaued for a bit. I mean, I get it, Nightshade, but come on. You didn't follow till 2020. Oh shit. Dude's got my food already? Well, all right. We installed Octocat. And music's a bit loud, sorry. But we got to figure out who to go raid now. Shit. Dude's already got my food. Dude's already got my food, so we got to figure out who to raid now. Shit. Grab your things, I've come to take you home. Yeah, the conversations. Like, I think that is something that a lot of people don't recognize when they're starting stream. They got to think, or they, like a lot of streamers in this category think it's about getting shit done. And it isn't. It's about building a community and chatting and hanging out. Right? It's about the hangout. That is like the fundamental, most important part of streaming. And thank you, Pripscarab. I appreciate that. So we're going to go pay back the favor of BlazeBits rating us yesterday. The nice part is we do get some stuff done, right? So you do got to get something done, because people will roast you if you don't. But I think we do a fine balance between the things. I mean, a big part of it is I've been working from home since like 2016, 2017. Streaming is a really good way to fill that social void. I used to go out to 4 meetups a week. I went to the Rust meetup, the Go meetup, the Kubernetes meetup. Like, I went to all the meetups here in Seattle. So, yeah, like, hanging out and chatting with you guys is also my favorite part. So, yeah, YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I think we got a lot of good work done today. We definitely slowed down towards the end, but that's part of the fun. I'll be over on Gaming Channel tonight. My food's about to arrive here any minute. And this song's about to end, so perfect timing. And yeah, so YouTube,